Welcome, kindred. What a pleasure to have you all joining us this evening. I trust you're all making yourselves comfortable. Thank you for that, Simba. I'm glad to hear that you're quite comfy. Before we dig into the true meat of tonight's activities, tell me, how are all of you doing? How has your week been? Some of you I know have spent the better half of this week partaking of the night road alongside me. What other accomplishments have you found yourselves with? What trials and dangers have you faced? Once we've all settled in and found something warm to drink, we'll start with a brief recap of last night's events. I will in the chat send some text of the previous night's synopsis as well, that those of us who are just joining us might understand just how dangerous the night road we walk really is. No one's adventures have been quite eventful thus far. I trust our sound and video is up to snuff, I believe is the mortal term for it. Ah, lovely. It's definitely tea that's in my mug as well. The link I'm sending into the chat now is a recap of the first night's session of the Night Road. A small understanding of no one, our 11th generation gangrel, and what we accomplished the first night we met. The second night's synopsis will follow, though I'll be sure to read that to you all. We will be trying once again our technologic savvy with the polling feature. If we're unable to get that to work, however, we'll do just what we did last night. And I'll ask each of you at each decision to send your messages to the chat. Talk amongst yourselves. Cajole one another until we've come to a plurality of decision. And when we have that plurality, or when the time to reach it expires, only then will we move forward with no one's tail. Welcome, astrophysicist. Pleasure to have you. I know you've spent the better half of the evening farming, cooking, fishing, mining. Quite the industrious sort, aren't you? We'll give everyone another 3 minutes to settle in before we begin with the synopsis of our Session 2, a recap of the events at St. Basil's Hospital in Phoenix. And quite a set of events they were. In fact, things only seemed to get more and more dangerous as the night went on, and finally I believe we were forced to flee. Thankfully, our home in Tucson remained set. Simba, how have things been going on your own technologic adventures on this streaming forum? Last I saw, it looked like you were slinging cards and running cars. We're equally pleased to have you join us here in our Elysium. I hope Rocket League's been treating you well. Here. A wild jam has entered the chat. Welcome. We're happy to have you. I think the two of you have quite a bit in common, if I'm not mistaken. I have made some fun and interesting changes to the stream since we last gathered. Hopefully we have the opportunity to test those changes out. I find it's often the most unsuspecting things that strike the most fear in the hearts of mortals, Jam. After all, one certainly wouldn't expect a kindred sipping from a Hello Kitty mug to be the one to drain you dry of blood. Not that I'd do something like that. The synopsis of the second evening will begin in another 2 minutes. Once more, I'll send a link with the first evening's synopsis that those who missed it last evening might reconcile their information with that which they're about to learn. In 60 seconds, we will begin in earnest, friends. And there is so much we have to see together. That's all right. As I understand it, you've some of that technological savvy that I'm in short supply of myself. You don't get to live as long as I've lived without making connections for what you don't know. I trust by this point we've all settled in, made ourselves comfortable, and found something to sate the hunger lurking deep within us all. With that in mind, we'll start with the Session 2 recap. A synopsis of the 11th generation Gangrel No One's adventures last evening in Phoenix, Arizona, where we were sent by Prince Leto. Last night we set out on the first of Prince Leto's 3 courier jobs to see Patermuster, a bruja at St. Basil's Hospital in Phoenix. We were given a key card and name tag, as well as a USB to deliver. Pertinent information, to be sure. When we arrived at the hospital, if you could call this miasmic dungeon of a building that, 'twas immediately apparent this was anything but a place of healing. We made our way to the first service door we could find and swiped our keycard just beyond the reception desk. Much to our chagrin and dismay, the entry light ran red as the old vitae coursing through our sluggish veins. With a soft glance around, the guard candy crushing aimlessly on his mobile phone, we swiped it a second time. Red. Again. Now a receptionist has her stink eye on us, and we knew our janitorial disguise was unlikely to get us very far in the face of this rabid Karen. However, Magda was waiting just outside the hospital, and our lovely Lobo was eager to showcase her nimble nose. Utilizing our bond of animalism with the famulous, we searched the exterior of the hospital for an alternative entrance. The door we discovered seemed open, but had above it an old CCTV camera that would surely record our entry. Or, at least, it would have, had it been anything but a decoy cam with a false wire. We waltzed right in, and the minimalist security made it clear they didn't have much communication with hospital administration. A small break, at least. Our main concern was business. After all, we were there to do a job first and foremost. We immediately took in our surroundings, looking for anything that might alarm the prince as a breach of the masquerade. It didn't take long. This den of iniquity drew our ire when we found a freshly drained corpse littering a gurney in the hallway, bite marks about its neck and wrists. These Canaanites were either so stupidly brazen as to neglect sealing the wound, or, worse, too thin-blooded to have acquired that particular power. Either way, we doubt that Prince Leto would have approved. That's when we heard the voice. Oh my God, his neck. There's so much blood. We wandered into the nearby room to find a young-looking woman sitting down and an older man who looked to have more than one foot in death's door already. Aged before his time. This was the Bruja we sought. Paternoster. We recognized him from Leto's photos. Unable to convince the squeamish Rita May to assist with this body in the room, Paternoster encouraged us to hold him down, which we obliged, pushing down our hunger and gripping the still living but on the edge of death corpse by the shoulders. It became readily apparent this man wasn't going to make it. Paternoster and his sycophant, refusing to let a fresh meal go to waste, immediately set upon the freshly deceased, devouring and draining it before the Bruja turned his full attention towards us, dismissing his minion in favor of the message from Leto. This one knew us already as well. Word travels fast in the underworld of the Southwest. We were quickly escorted to his office, and the aged rebel displayed a supernatural ability to summon and dismiss two edgy katanas from seemingly nowhere. Duncan and Connor, as the Highlander fan calls them, are part judge, jury, and executioner here. But there are bigger fish to fry, and larger things at stake. Paternoster explains quickly the new director's plans, as well as the threat that poses to Prince Leto, the Camarilla, and the kindred, if you can call them that, of St. Basil's. A proposal, you see, has been put before the Phoenix City Council to renovate and modernize the dismal hospital. Records, windows, staff, windows, everything the kindred can't afford to experience. We could have gone home. We might have. Our job was finished, after all. But in this, we saw an opportunity. After admonishing the Bruja, he gave us the lowdown. The director's office is guarded, but not well enough, and the two of us hatched a plot to break in and plant incriminating evidence on her computer. Paternoster was able to disable the guard's monitoring station, and told us he could certainly accomplish it in whatever window of time we needed. We decided on cosplaying a medical physician to break in under the guise of record-seeking in the 5-minute window he'd allow us. Now, we'd spent the last couple nights up until this point sleeping in the morgue of the hospital, a special box just for us. We watched the guards' habits, learned their schedules, and acquainted ourselves with their weaknesses while we met Paternoster's would-be coterie. Malkavians, a rat-infested Nosferatu, thin-bloods, catif, and a ghostly woman we could neither make heads nor tails of. Before we formulated a plan to ruin the director, one of Paternoster's coterie is found dead, headless. The same squeamish woman who refused to hold down the formerly deceased man. We offered to perform an autopsy, and discovered she was definitely beheaded by something sharp. After a more careful examination, we discovered a large indentation where she was staked, as well as rat bites all along her torso. The Nosferatu. Pata must have joined us as we went to Sartorius, the Nosferatu's haven beneath the morgue, but we were too late. The rat bastard had departed and taken everything of value with him, leaving only an empty room when we arrived. Pata must have deemed he could deal with the Nosferatu in time, and we moved on towards our plan of dealing with the director. We dressed in our doctoral best and told the Bruja to cut the monitoring in 5 minutes. When he cut it, we approached the room, requesting access for records. Now, while we sought out the guard's info and schedules, we realized there seemed to be 2 different tiers of guards here at St. Basil's. The normal, don't give a shit, run-of-the-mill type guards we're all used to seeing, and some far more militant guards who seem to be keeping tabs on us and our whereabouts. We had to know more about them, and set out to snag one of them while they were unsuspecting. With Magda's animalistic assistance, it was no problem, and we were able to keep her phone unlocked long enough to download the data on it before the phone promptly wiped itself. We trawled the data we'd downloaded from the phone, seeking info on whether these guards were in alignment with the Second Inquisition or some other force hitherto unknown to us. Turns out, this was a group of opioid runners who had been controlling the American Southwest the past few years under various names. Now they worked from St. Basil's, and were rather successful at what they did. The guard outside Director Corelli's office seemed alert, and told us we had to wait for a moment while he got some information. Lie detector has determined that was a lie. The guard pulled his taser, and 2 more guards joined him, pulling their own weapons. Far from less lethals. We bade Magda to attack, but before we could accomplish much, an alarm was pulled, and when that alarm was pulled, the hallways flooded with confused patients, which quickly became panicked patients when one of the guards inexplicably fired into the ceiling twice. We made a dash for the exit, pulling humans in our way as the opioid runners fired into the crowd trying to stop us. We could hear the telltale sirens of police as we made our way out, and were forced against a pillar in front of the hospital, in sight of our car, when a small firefight erupted between guards and police. Of course, this was to our advantage. We sent our trusty lupine Magna once more into the fray, and she brazenly distracted both guards and police long enough for us to jump into a now destroyed station wagon, which we drove, under fire, towards our vehicle. We were able to hop out and in, and Magda joined us before we sped away, driving as fast as we could toward Tucson. On the way back home, we heard a radio ad announcing the Phoenix City Council plans to renovate St. Basil's, and while we couldn't say we were happy with the outcome, we had avoided most of the backlash. For now. When we arrived back in Tucson, one of Leteau's servants paid us, and we slipped some of that money to another of his men, acquiring a blood doll for the night to sate the beast quickly rising inside us. Dangerous thing, the hunger. As the night wound down and we made our preparations to bed down for sunrise, we made a decision on which of Leteau's 3 jobs we'd take on next. Which brings us to tonight and Camp Scheffler. Now, as you might imagine from the content you've heard thus far, this is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. If you find yourself squeamish, scared, or anxious at the decisions made by no one and the kindred occupying this sanctum of Elysium, please reach out. It's certainly something we can discuss. Now, as I said earlier, I'm not the most technologically savvy kindred you'll come across. No, my skills lie elsewhere. I'm trying once again to get the polling for this interactive fiction we're reading together to work so that we can make decisions as a whole unit. If we're unable to get the polling to work, as I read out the decisions that we're faced with, please type your response into the chat. Explain to your fellow kindred and kind why you've made that decision. And as time expires on each choice, we'll move forward with whichever one has the plurality. How does that sound to everyone? Excellent. In that case, friends and family, let's dig right into The Night Road, an interactive fiction based on Vampire the Masquerade by Kyle Marquis and Choice of Games LLC. Without further ado, we move to Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Camp Scheffler. Tucson, Arizona, the night of November the 15th. Sunrise comes all too early at 6:53 in the a.m. The parking lot outside the Viper is a mess, even though it's too early for the party to really start. As you turn in, you have to slam on your brakes as a piss-yellow Chevy Nova SS roars past you and accelerates the wrong way down West Alameda. Do I have to make the roll down the window gesture? A clear, slightly accented voice asks. Do people still understand that, or is it now an anachronism? Prince Leteau himself is standing outside, dressed in white and flanked by the mortal flunky you remember from last time. He tries to say something, but a GMC Denali rumbles past and he has to wait. Finally, he says, "You have 2 deliveries this time, no one." Now, this is the point we're faced with our first decision of the evening. Do we tell Prince Leteau 2 deliveries means 2 payments? Do we tell him, is there a problem? Anything I can help with? After all, if we can impress Prince Leteau, we can most likely improve our position within the Camarilla. Do we ask him what's changed? After what happened to Leteau's ghoul Miguel at St. Basil's, we need to know more about the dangers out here. Or do we take the time to compliment the prince, telling him how dashing he looks and how much we appreciate his cowboy hat? Now, it is possible that underneath the stream you'll find a poll with these decisions. If that's the case, please tell me and feel free to vote in that poll. If it is not the case, start typing your decisions in the chat. For this first decision, with our technological difficulties, will allow 5 minutes. You ought to see that timer on your screen now. Perhaps. So far, the new cord does seem to be working quite well. The bitrate looks excellent at the moment. I'm glad to hear things look well on your screen as well. Another 3.5 minutes left to make our decision as a group, kindred. Appeasing the Camarilla after yesterday's fuck-ups is certainly not a bad idea. Our lack of standing with the Camarilla does make our blood runs quite costly. Especially when we could be hunting for prey ourselves without the yoke of Prince Leto hanging over us. A nasty business, that. Still, I suppose a prince has to make his money somehow, don't you think? Another 2 minutes remain before expiry on this decision, and there's still time to wheedle and cajole your fellow kindred into making the right decision. It seems I may need to visit one of our special doctors and get a new pair of glasses. While these may not do much for my vision, they do seem to continue falling off my nose. Of course, I could always cut that off to spite my face. I imagine it would just grow back the following evening. 1.5 minutes remains for your decision. The first decision of many this evening, and one that will undoubtedly haunt us for hours to come, one way or another. Only 60 seconds remain, kindred. As we've gotten the polling function to work more appropriately, I imagine that we will allow a little bit less time to make these decisions going forward in the name of expediency. I'm sure you won't disagree. But 15 seconds, a quarter of a minute, until this choice expires and we move forward with Chapter 5. What horrors await us at the migrant camp in Scheffler, the border between Texas and Mexico? There's only one way to find out. Hmm. Well, it seems technology has done me in again. That's all right. On my screen, it looked like option B had won. We'll move forward with that. Your response is drowned out by a Kawasaki bike that revs up and takes off. At least its rider goes the right way down the street. This is everything you need for Ellen Olivecrona, Prince Leto says. He hands you an unlocked USB on a lanyard, a typewritten sheet of directions to Camp Scheffler, and a false government ID and registration. Only deliver to Ellen Olivecrona, the Eagle Prince says, making sure you meet his gaze. He uses no powers of the blood. He just doesn't want the USB going to some underling. What about the other delivery, you ask? Someone will find you on the road, the prince says. Look for a red Corolla. That's dangerous and complicated. But Prince Leto has already walked away to talk to another courier. There are, what, 5 in this parking lot? You don't recognize any either. Most of them must be Prince Leto's personal flunkies. What the hell is going on? You push it out of your mind. You know where you're going. Whatever finds you on the road will find you. The flunky also makes sure you have your typewritten sheet of directions and false government IDs. Only deliver to Ellen Olivecrona, he reiterates. It's a 7-hour drive to the Big Nothing on the map between Texas and Chihuahua. Assuming this information is accurate, that means you can get there in one night and back the next. You've checked where you can stay on the way if you're refused shelter. There are a few hotels nearby, but you're going to be heading right out into the desert. You hope you don't have to spend a day wrapped up in a body bag. It's bad for the nerves. Julian calls you somewhere outside of Benson. A kill team is coming for Ellen Olivecrona, he says. Details are on the USB. You glance at the USB. Unlike the last one, it's not in a portable lockbox, but it's definitely encrypted. Prince Leto must have some kind of plan if he knew about a Second Inquisition kill team and didn't tell you to hurry. But what could it be? What indeed? You're probably wondering why you weren't told to hurry, Julian says. I can hear you sighing. That's good. It's good to keep breathing. Anyway, as usual, the ivory tower is acting like a good thing will last forever. Maybe you've passed that rat's nest of a mobile home park in Mescal. That's their work, too. But this is worse. The program at Camp Scheffler could fuel half our people in Texas, but it's run by a greedy idiot. I'm offering you a deal. Let's take it over, like I wanted at St. Basil's. You consider what to say. Obviously, Julian just blew your phone's cover so badly that you'll have to get rid of it. But now that you're talking, you need information. I'm going to eschew the polling opportunity here in favor of putting our answers in the chat, as it seems to still be struggling to keep up. We have before us, kindred, 6 options. Option A. Do we ask Julian why we aren't in a hurry? After all, something about this doesn't quite add up, and I think it's putting us in danger. Or B. Do we inquire how many Second Inquisition goons we're going to have to kill to get out of there? Option C. Are we interested, but Julian needs to tell us more? We don't like going in blind, Julian. Option D. We don't actually want to run a prison camp for Mexicans where we steal their blood, you know. Option E. Do we tell Julian that it sounds like Ellen has a good thing going, and inquire why we should ruin it? Or option F. Do we tell Julian to tell us what he knows? We're going to stop whatever is happening down at the border, and if Julian wants to give us information on how to do it, that's just fine with us. There are 3 minutes on the clock to make this decision, kindred. You should be seeing that time shortly. Record your decisions in the chat. If you're worried about achieving a plurality for your vote, feel free to discuss amongst yourselves how best it should be accomplished. Convince, cajole, and sway your fellow kindred, for in this Elysian of Camarilla all voices are equal, except one. Your time has already begun, friends. 2.5 minutes remain. Simba TV has recorded a vote for B, inquiring how many Second Inquisition goons we're going to have to murder to get out of there. An excellent question, especially since our cover's already blown. 2 minutes remain to make this decision, kindred. Choose wisely, for it will shape the events to come. Barring any dissenters or second opinions, we'll move forward with the second choice in just 63 seconds. You have until then to make your choices known. We have a second vote for B, but with the option of choosing C as well. Information is power, and knowledge is king. Of course, Julian has proven trouble in the past, and standing up to the man isn't the worst-case scenario some might imagine. My famulus, Magdalena, has joined us. Everyone say hello to Magdalena. All right. Our time has expired, and with the plurality of votes for the second option, we move forward with that. You know I discourage violence, Julian says. But here's the thing. The Second Inquisition is waiting for you to drop off your USB with Ellen, confident that when she gets it, she'll panic, and that will give them time to act. You start to slow down as you look around, wondering if you're being followed. This isn't the 60s, Julian says. It's not like the Second Inquisition has 4 guys in a Ford Fairlane 2 cars behind you. Relax and enjoy the drive. You turn Julian's words over in your mind. Oh, one last thing, the Banu Hakim says. You'll need to ditch that phone, too. Thanks, Julian. There's a storage place off exit 306, Julian says. Go to Unit 43. The passcode is 3847. Drop your phone there. Don't destroy the SIM. Then pick up the new one on the shelf. That's the only way you're finishing this job. He hangs up. You pull into the storage facility and perform the phone trick again. The 5x5 storage cube has a brand new flip phone waiting for you, still in its original packaging. You grab it and get back on the road as quickly as you can. You're between towns, about an hour from where you're supposed to turn off the legal roads to find Camp Scheffler, when headlights appear behind you. They're coming up hard. Magda growls dangerously in the passenger seat, but you're already on alert. You instinctively put a hand on your messenger bag where you keep the data destined for Ellen Olivecrona. The headlights blow past you, then the vehicle spins out, throwing up dust and grit. It skids to a halt 100 yards up the road, its headlights pointing out into the big expanse of nothing that waits outside every Texas highway. You slow down when you see the red Corolla, or to be more precise, the maroon Toyota AE86. This is the car Leteau mentioned. The little hatchback looks to be in good shape. What is it? 85? 86? It's an import. Regular left-hand drive. You slam on the brakes and swerve as a figure stumbles onto the road. You manage to control your spin and end up parked on the side. You back up so you're next to the Corolla. Carlos is leaning against his passenger door, looking ashen and clutching his stomach. You haven't seen him since your first visit to the Tucson Elysium. Leteau's servant Alexander said Carlos was a cop. That's a good thing for a vampire to keep on the payroll, though this guy doesn't look like a cop now. He looks like roadkill. It takes Carlos a moment to focus on you. He says something, but you can't hear him over the pounding beats of Kerncraft 400. Turn that down, you shout. He nods vaguely and crawls back into his car to turn the music down, leaving a smear of blood on the door handle. What have you gotten yourself into, Carlos? No one? Prince Leteau actually sent you? The fucking Outlander? You have something for me? You ask. You glance back toward the road, but it's quiet. Just a few cars drifting past, and none of them can see you or the AE-86. Carlos holds up a ruggedized plastic Pelican case in matte black, like you'd use to transport a pistol or a really good optical camera. Leto wants this delivered to a waiting plane. Where? He turns the case around. An address is taped to the other side. Blood has stained the tape. As you can hear, Magda is quite upset at Carlos. He turns the case around. An address is taped to the other side, and blood has stained the tape. You consult your mental map of Texas. That's 2 hours north. And we're not going north. And it needs to be there by 4:30. The plane can't wait longer than that. He tries to say more, then coughs blood onto his dash. There are 4 options before us. Do we ask Carlos if he's okay? After all, we don't want this guy dying on us. We might even try to stop that from happening. Option B. We'd rather eat him than fuck him. Is there any way we can get at Carlos now? After all, the hunger does rise in us, and the beast is never far from spreading through our congealed veins. Option C. Do we say, we run parcels for money, Carlos? Pay us, or we're finishing our delivery to Camp Scheffler. Or option D, do we inquire who attacked him? The same people who killed Miguel at St. Basil's? We'll need a bigger picture if we're going to say safe and undestroyed. For this decision, I'll allow 3 minutes, Kindred. During that time, my microphone will be muted as I make sure Magda has the meat she needs to sustain her ever-present hunger. We've another minute to make this decision, Kindred. Though it seems like, currently, option D, seeking out information on who might have attacked this man, is our greatest option. I can't say I disagree. You'll be interested to know, Robotnik, and a series of numbers that I'm already famous. A little musical background for us as we proceed into the night's events. All right, forward with the fourth option it is. Thank you for bearing with us as we deal with the sycophants of the Second Inquisition and technological difficulties, as well as with the hunger of our thirsty beasts. If I could see them, I'd deal with it myself, Carlos says. I got shot when I was filling my tank. Never saw anything. Maybe hunters. Maybe anarchs. Who knows? I just know it fucking hurts. So shut up for a moment and let me concentrate. He closes his eyes as sweat pours down his face. After a moment, he's breathing a little more easily, though his skin is still ashen. Unlike Miguel, Carlos is able to heal himself. Now, stop asking questions and deliver this parcel, he says, throwing it through his driver's side window and onto your lap. Or Prince Leto will make Riga peck your eyes out while I watch. Don't let the Inquisition get it. Or the Anarchs. Anarchs, you say? Carlos restarts his AE-86 and roars on out of there, blasting your Hondo with dust and grit. You check the address one more time. 2 hours? This isn't a Scotty on Star Trek problem. By all known laws of physics, getting there in time is entirely possible. But it's a cops all over the road problem. You can't afford to get pulled over doing 105 down some Texas highway. Ah, welcome. Thank you for the host, Viking Raider. What a pleasure to see you here again. We're just getting into the decisions for the evening, having just found one of Prince Leto's servants in a red Corolla, bleeding from a gunshot wound he acquired at a gas station. He's given us a package and warned us not to let it get into the hands of the Second Inquisition or the hands of the Anarchs, and told us its location is 2 hours north of where we're going, and we aren't going north. You check the address one more time. 2 hours. We've been over this part. You check your maps and consider the possibilities. A busier road would let you weave through traffic and stay hidden, though you'd have to pay attention to avoid police cruisers. There's also a less busy route where you could just trust to raw speed and determination to get you where you need to go. Are those the only 2 routes? You might be able to find another way using your maps if you study them, but that might take time we don't have. We have 4 options before us, Kindred, and as always, you may record them in the chat. We'll allow for 3 minutes. The first of your options is such. We should check out the case. What might be in it? Option B, do we take a well-trafficked road and keep our eyes peeled to dodge cops and maneuver around trouble? Do we take option C, a nearly deserted road, and rely on our Honda's raw speed and our own determination to outrace anyone else? Or do we select option D, using our brains instead of driving tricks? We can use the map reading skills we learned in the Navy to look for alternate routes. After all, we were quite the scout before becoming an officer. 3 minutes are on your clock, and you should see that time on your screen now. At the end of those 3 minutes, we ought to have a plurality of choices with which we'll move forward. Our friend from Simba TV says that we should use our brains instead of driving tricks. Do the rest of the kindred agree with him? I think the night might call for colors a little more Titian than what we're experiencing now. What do you think, kindred? A little under 2 minutes remains until we've arrived at a conclusion, an expiration of the time offered to make this decision, kindred. I trust you'll make the right decision. You've certainly not failed us thus far. And if you do fail, it's only poor 11th generation no one that suffers. No one of consequence. Pardon that brief technological change. 1 minute remains, and we have 2 votes for option D, seeking out our skills in our recon abilities, to use our map reading skills and look for alternate routes. In 45 seconds, we'll move forward with this plurality. One thing they don't tell you after you've been bitten. Many say that your hair and nails stop growing upon death, that you've nothing to worry about except retaining the same hairstyle you had when you were embraced. I can assure you that is far from the truth, kindred. Your hair and your nails continue to grow until you grow tired of it. Our connection might be just a tad unstable, and if that's the case, allow me to apologize. If it isn't, then please ignore this warning, but our option has expired, and your choices have been recorded. We will use our brains instead of driving tricks, and utilize those map-reading skills to look for alternate routes. You unfurl your maps and look for roads that police are likely to overlook, reading quickly by the glow of your dome light because you cannot waste more than a few minutes. Then, confident that you've found the perfect frontage road along which you can accelerate to your heart's content, you set out. After just a few minutes, you spot a car following you. You dodge around a slow-moving Mercedes and try to get a good look at it. It's a black Camaro, specifically a 1987 IROCZ. Camaros were cheap muscle cars in your youth, beloved of metalheads and horsepower geeks, but as you try to get a better view of this one, it slips away around a van, and suddenly it's gone. Camaros shouldn't be able to move like that. You slow down for a moment, then remember that you have places to be. You speed back up, still scanning for the Camaro, but it doesn't return. The highway is clear and dark, and other cars are almost non-existent. Nothing touches you for the 1 hour, 45 minutes it takes you to reach the turnoff. Well, that went perfectly. You brake only slightly as you take the exit, then you accelerate and race for your target. The Pelican case clattering underneath the passenger seat next to your messenger bag. You brake hard enough that Magda yelps in surprise when the asphalt suddenly vanishes beneath your wheels, leaving you on a dirt path illuminated by starlight. You weren't exactly expecting a whole secret airport, but there's barely even an airstrip ahead of you. Just a patch of hard-packed earth surrounded by jagged rocks in one direction and scraggly shrubs in the other. You're early. You can tell because you hear a buzzing whine overhead. You lean out the window and spot a small, twin-engine light aircraft coming in for a landing. It should arrive in a minute or so. You roll your Honda into position so you can hand off the parcel as quickly as possible. You're feeling entirely confident until the floodlights hit you. A half-dozen black Buick Avenires are now visible not far from your position. One SUV has a light strip on its roof, which illuminates the airplane and catches your Honda at the edge of its light. The FBI's Special Affairs Division is here. You're just getting ready to roll backward when shots ring out. You duck, but they're not shooting at you. 3 wolves rush the SUV closest to the shrubs. One beast smashes right through the passenger window. A moment later, blood sprays all over the inside of the windshield. It takes you a moment to recognize them as kindred, and probably anarchs. Well, at least it's not werewolves. As the wolf gangrel swarm out of the devastated SUV, more appear from the darkness and rush the Inquisition on ATVs. Armed with old rifles or cheap submachine guns, they open fire with wild abandon, laughing even when they get hit. What's a gunshot and a fall to the kindred? Not much. The ATVs throw up a cloud of dust that obscures the battle. You're not sure what the anarchs are doing here, but as the battle erupts, you have a clear path to the airplane. The pilot is visible now, illuminated in the open side door. And before you can roll forward, a dark blue 1963 Ford Fairlane roars past you, heading for the plane. Its driver is visible only for a moment, in silhouette. You catch a glimpse of a French braid and a heavy, hulking physique, but the federal agents with guns remain visible in the glow of the floodlight. Then you spot 2 FBI agents heading your way on foot, assault rifles ready. But Magda bounds out of your car's passenger window and sprints for them. They don't have time to get a shot off before your Lobo drags one shrieking into the shrubs. So that's one problem solved. Good girl. The airplane rolls forward, getting ready to take off, but the side door remains open. You can throw the parcel in if you can just get close enough. Dust from the ATVs swirls around the runway. So it's a race then. You need to get this parcel to that airplane before those agents shoot the pilot to shreds. And you're doing it while gangrel anarchs rip into the FBI. You gun the engine. Even as you start to move, you analyze the field ahead of you. The raging battle to your right isn't actually your problem. Whoever wins, anarchs or the Second Inquisition, they won't be able to interfere before the plane takes off. The twin engine is moving faster now, its running lights and the glowing, rounded rectangle of its open door barely visible through the swirling dust. With the fair lane in the way, there's no clear path where you can just accelerate hard and get close enough to throw the parcel. The path ahead is rough, dangerously rough at one point, where there's a large bump in the road that you'd hesitate to go over even in an old Ford. We're faced again with a myriad of decisions, kindred. 7 in total. Option A, you know what? Fuck this and fuck Lato's errand. I ditch the parcel and get out of here before my car gets trashed. Do we take option B, steering into the dust cloud? The clever and deceptive maneuver will confound the Fairlane's driver and let us get ahead of her. Perhaps option C strikes our fancy. There has to be a straightaway where we can use our Honda's speed. It won't be easy, but we look around for one in the few seconds we have to accelerate. Option D, do we take our Honda right over that bump in the road and hold on with all our strength to cut around the Fairlane? Option E, do we steel our nerves and force that Fairlane off the road? Even through the medium of a car, we know how to scare someone. Option E, perhaps, relying on our throwing abilities to get the parcel into the door. It'll be hard to hit the target from so far away, but no harder than trying to drive across a battlefield. Or do we choose the final option, using the blood coursing through our veins to mend our wounds before we take further action? Now, before we move on to the timer portion of this decision, I'd like to remind all of you here tonight that any decision that ends in an exclamation mark is a decision that carries with it the risk of critical failure. A failure to come away from that successfully will leave us in a far worse position than we were when we started. With that in mind, you've 4 minutes to make this decision, kindred, and you'll see the time on your screen when that time begins. While you talk amongst yourselves, I'm going to step away for a moment and refresh my cup with something warm. Pardon the delay, fellow kindred. My famulus, Magda, had a small situation that needed to be taken care of. It looks like we've one vote for throwing the parcel into the door. I think with our former abilities, that seems like it might be a good decision. Barring any dissent, given the short amount of time we had to be away, we'll allow another 30 seconds before this decision is reached. But I think Simba might be on a good path. Better than ruining our car trying to drive over a bumpy airstrip deep in the night as FBI agents with assault rifles being attacked by Wolf Garu Gangrel. Certainly better than that. And forward we move. Thank you for your participation thus far this evening. We do appreciate the small community of decision makers, capable and otherwise, we have amongst us. Not that any of you are incapable of decisions. I'm sure we're leading no one down a perfect road to enormous wealth. Getting close enough to lob the Pelican case into the airplane's open door is almost impossible, but getting close enough to huck it a few dozen yards, that might be possible. You stomp the accelerator even as bullets from the fair lane fly all around you and get your Honda alongside the airplane. You can't get that close. The fair lane's driver gets between you and the airplane, but you don't need to get close. You grab the case, lean out the window, and throw. The ruggedized plastic case arcs over the fair lane and lands in the airplane just as the plane takes off. The FBI agents shoot at the plane, and at you, but they don't hit anything. You're done here. It's time to go. You spin the Honda around, blasting gravel, and get off the strip, racing past shrubs and scrabbly trees with your lights off as the Anarch and FBI battle rages behind you. But no one follows you, no one, and after a few minutes you slow down. You pick Magda up a few minutes down the road. She's covered in blood like a newborn pup, but she seems happy. Another mission accomplished. You and Magda get back on the road toward Camp Scheffler. You remind yourself that Prince Leteau owes you another grand. Security is tight around Camp Scheffler. You're followed once you turn off the main road, first by the Texas Highway Patrol, then by some kind of patriot or militia group in a Chevy Tahoe flying Gadsden and Blue Lives Matter flags. They only peel off when you reach the outer periphery of the camp. High fences topped with razor wire, guarded by men in face masks and goggles. The face masks look like respirators, and they're all painted the same way, like a great cat's mandibles. Though everyone seems to have respirators and at least one cat skull logo, weapons and other equipment are heterogeneous and irregular. From their mannerisms you detect a mix of competent ex-military, police and security personnel, and untrained fringe militia types. The gate guard looks from your government ID to your very much non-government Honda, shrugs, and waves you around to the parking lot. Throughout history, certain kinds of prisons have served as neutral meeting spaces and feeding ground for the kindred. Insane asylums, concentration camps, and gulags have drawn vampires with the promise of easy blood and relative security. Olive Kroner, shadow director of Camp Scheffler and member of Clan Ventru, has hidden this place from regular inspection and allowed it to fester and ripe. You roll past open-air holding pens where prisoners sit wrapped in reflective plastic blankets, watching your Honda with dull and hopeless eyes. Guards patrol with rifles or dogs. Magda sniffs unhappily at some of the dogs. You feel it too. Vitae, the blood of the vampire, flows through the veins of some of them. As you finish your circuit and park, you watch some kind of shift change among the prisoners. They're being put to work in long, low, Quonset huts. The wind carries the stink of unwashed and unhealthy bodies, and this is late autumn. The moment you step out of the car, a tall, dark figure of indeterminate gender in a dark suit approaches you and says, "Give me the USB." We have 4 options before us, and when I've finished reading them, we'll have 2 minutes to make this decision before our time expires. Do we tell the tall, dark figure option A? My orders are explicit. We deliver this USB to Olive Krona and Olive Krona alone. Do we take the more pleasant option B? Good evening. Can we have your name and your position in this organization? Perhaps we're more blunt with option C. Who the fuck are you? Or option D. Do we tell the man that if he gives us one more order, we're going to shove him through a window and feed them 2 pounds of broken glass? As always, Kindred, the choice is yours, and you have 2 minutes to arrive at a conclusion. The time ought to be on your screen now. With 1 minute left to make a decision, Simba TV thinks we ought to go with option C. I can't say I disagree. I've always been rather blunt in my dealings with other kindred and kind alike. There's something refreshing about catching someone off guard when they expect you to bow in obsequience. Nevertheless, we've 30 seconds to arrive at a plurality of votes. And that's another vote for C just as time expires. Who the fuck is he indeed? They sneer. I'm Nile, and I'm the person Olive Krona sends when she needs a job done right. Not you. So give me the fucking USB and get out of here. Our responses might be many, Kindred. Do we move forward with option A, telling Nile that if they don't back off right now, we'll make them regret it? This goes to Olive Krona, not her dog. Option B, is this flunky for real? We start by investigating their appearance, using what we know of government and Camarilla protocol to see if they're legit. Option C, this goon doesn't want a scene. We'll persuade them into backing down. Why don't you just take us to Olive Krona and we can deliver the USB together? Perhaps option D, we'll give them a USB drive. Not the USB drive, of course. We'll stay cool and palm the real one. And this deception will let us hand Nile a blank. Option D. This fight isn't worth our time, so we hand over the USB, then look around for something interesting to do around here. Or the final option, do we first mend our wounds before progressing with the other decisions? The choice, Kindred, is yours, and you have 2 minutes before time expires to make it. We have 1 vote on the books for option B. Is this flunky for real? Hard for us to say until we push the issue. A little more than 60 seconds remain to arrive at a commonality of decision. And we have our first dissent, it looks like. How lovely. With 30 seconds left, you have either to convince your common kindred of your choice, or, barring that, we can flip a coin to see which of these 2 decisions we move forward with. Take your time, kindred, but take not too long, for those who tarry in the wake of decisions often find themselves losing their heads. You may be right, Simba. To that end, let me introduce you to the stats screen. At any time, kindred, we can ask to look at the stats that we have available to us, that we might better make the decisions that we are faced with. As you can see here while we mull over this decision, we are a gangrel of Generation 11 named No One. 10 generations stand before us in the original vampire Cain. Our sire, Lampago, as you might know from having read the synopsis of Session 1, we escaped from quite unscathed, at least physically. We have 2 dots in humanity, so while we may be more human than most, the beast still rises high within us. Our hunger thunders through our veins, mildly distracting, but nothing that would cause us to frenzy on this unwitting fool of a kindred. And we are full of willpower. We know how to control ourselves when the going gets tough. We are slightly injured, but again, nothing that would cause us to fumble or fall should we decide to take extraneous action, and we've yet to commit any violations of the Masquerade. In our attributes, we are quite dexterous and composed of extreme stamina, though we are a little lacking on the side of strength. We're charismatic, but we find it difficult to manipulate people, and despite our high willpower, we maintain little composure. We're fairly intelligent, smarter than the average bear, one might say, and mildly witty as well, with more resolve than we know what to do with. Of our skills, we're athletic, mildly clandestine, and with some skills in combat, though we're better at driving. We do have some ability to use the firearms, though we'd rather drive away, worst comes to worst. We're wholly unable to intimidate folk, barring our gangrel claws and sharp teeth. We do have the ability to lead the minds and hearts of men and women world round, though we could certainly use a little more skill in it. And we are also capable of persuading even the most stringent of businessmen to give us a better deal. We're not very streetwise, however. Finding ourselves on the wrong end of someone versed in the ways of the world might prove unwise. As well as our clandestine nature, we're equally strong in the skills of subterfuge, capable of hiding and manipulating objects with prestidigitation should the need arise. We're quite the academic, knowing our way around a library and books, though we have little awareness. Our investigative abilities leave a little to be desired, though we do have some. And much like myself, our young neonate no one is not the most technologically savvy, though we have just as much skills in survival from our time as a recon scout in the Navy. Of the vampire disciplines, we have animalism, exhibited through our bond with the Lobo Magda, as well as a little bit of protean, a constitutionally fortitudinal ability. Now, the nice thing about protean is that if we need to hide ourselves from those around us, we're able to change form, growing out feral claws or evaporating eventually into a cloud of mist. I imagine that might come in quite handy when we're facing off against the FBI, anarchs, the Camarilla, and the enemies that have beset us on all sides. Now, as far as our own personal beliefs, we think we should neither protect nor rule the weak. We exhibit thoughts of perpetuating our existence rather than regretting our sins, and we prefer to respect the traditions of the Camarilla rather than defy them. We seek neither a higher purpose nor the luxury and comfort of the rich. Quite the path no one has walked so far, far from the den that we lived amongst whelps in when Lampago sired us. Which brings us back to our decision. So far, we've thought either investigating the flunky's appearance, trying to see if they're legit, or giving them a false USB drive, staying cool and palming the real one in order to make a deception against Nile. Do we stand by our decisions thus far, Perios and Simba? If we do, I am more than happy to roll a die to make this decision for us. And you are correct. Our wounds are fairly minimal. A small gunshot wound from the previous encounter at St. Basil's Hospital. And our dexterity is fairly high, so were we to get into a scuffle, it's highly likely we'd be able to quickly move out of the way of danger should we need to. In that case, I can roll the d6. Even numbers will represent option B. Odd numbers can represent option D. Without a change from Aperios, we can certainly roll the dice and see where we wind up. It looks like we wind up with a 6. An even number. Which I believe puts us with option B. Oh, I may be having some technological difficulties again. Excellent. It's frozen on my end, so I wanted to ensure that you weren't experiencing the same things I was. We'll give Nile a false flash drive, seeking to deceive them on our path to Ellen Olive Krona. Fine, fine, you say. You hold up your hands in a gesture of surrender. But Nile is wise to your game. They grab your other wrist, and the real USB drops into their open palm. Before you can react, 4 of those masked guards appear behind Nile. You're badly outnumbered. Thank you, Tick, Nile says. Now, come with me. You glance at the guards. Doesn't look like you have much of a choice. They lead you to a bright red Quonset hut guarded by a man and a woman who are also dressed in dark suits. I'm sorry, Nile, the woman tells your escort, but Olive Krona can't be disturbed. I have information from Tucson, Nile says. The woman shifts uncomfortably. I know, but is that you, Nile? That must be Olive Krona. She's inside. Is no one there? It doesn't matter. It'll have to wait. Just give them a place to stay for tonight. Tomorrow night I'm busy. I have data from Tucson, Nile says, but only silence answers them. Shit, the flunky says, muttering. They glance your way, then say, I'll find a place for you to stay, no one. Don't wander far. Now, to make sure the USB actually reaches its intended destination, you wander right back to your Honda. Someone stuck a boot on it. Great. It looks like we're staying. We get a consolation prize for our booted Honda, a lanyard that lets us wander around without getting shot. You also get a private trailer, too, complete with shower. Expecting an attack, you procure a water drum for your trailer and partially empty it. You can store yourself in there if hunters attack. No one checks the water drums. You scout the camp in under an hour, at first convinced that the Second Inquisition will show up at any minute in helicopters and troop transports. The camp is laid out like an open-air prison, with temporary Quonset huts serving as separate holding pens for men, women, and children. Due to overcrowding, an overflow pen topped with razor wire holds several hundred more people. Right up next to that pen is a place called Millicent's, a kind of Rick's Cafe Americain for kindred, where the vessels are so plentiful it's almost free. After using your ID to pass the security checkpoints, you poke your head inside Millicent's and count not just well-heeled Camarilla types, but also anarchs of all kinds lounging among the dazed-looking blood dolls among the low couches and glittering lamps that establish a sort of 1920s French Algeria or 1990s Pier 1 store style to the place. You're pretty sure the biker gang is made up of your fellow gangrel, since there are 2 wolves among the outlanders. You also spot some creepy-looking figures in boiler suits that you've heard about but never met. Russian exiles, mostly rabble if the stories you've heard are to be believed. You listen in on some conversations and learn the names of a few lunatics, sewer rats, and clanless hangers-on that the new, more aristocratic Camarillo wouldn't normally tolerate. Millicent herself is small, frail, and elderly, a peculiar choice for the embrace by most standards. She looks like a librarian from a black and white movie. But it sounds like everyone is welcome to grab a drink at Millicent's. We have 4 options before us, kindred, and at the end of those 4 options we'll have 2 minutes to decide. Do we move forward with option A? After all, this is incredible. A vampire could get used to living the good life if this is what the Camarilla is offering. Or do we think option B, as we have once in the past? This place is a fucking atrocity. We're going to deal with Camp Scheffler one way or another before we leave. Of course, option C, we might wonder how careful Olive Krona is being here. Is this whole place just a massive masquerade breach, or does she run a clean operation? Option D, and final option, do we try to have an eye turned toward the future? This place can't be efficient. What ways can we see to improve it? Your time, kindred, starts now. Another 30 seconds on the clock to make your decision, Kindred, before we move forward one way or the other. Very well. We can roll a die for this decision as well. And we rolled a 4, which means we'll go forward with option D. How can we improve this place, this den of iniquity that seems such a pleasant haven for Camarilla vampires? You watch as the biggest Malkavian you've ever seen shares a hollow-eyed vessel with a hard-looking Bruja in a Soviet captain's uniform. You consider weak points, slack, vulnerability. Millicent herself is sort of half bartender, half madam, generously allocating blood dolls based on preference and whim. That's fun for the locals and the regulars, but this place should be part of the blood trade, not just a personal playground for this mix of Camarilla, anarchs, and not even good enough to be anarchs. What you need is information on Olive Krona's interstate operation, and then you can really start making improvements. Or you could start with the amount of blood theft that's going on. The Soviet Cainite is using a needle to steal blood even as he drinks. Of what use is blood measured in cubic centimeters? Those look like biomedical samples. Interesting. You head back outside and check the mortal gods. They're a truly bewildering mix. Some are actual police, state police, or from nearby municipalities. Others give every indication of belonging to the armed forces, from their kit to the way they carry themselves. Others are just fringe militia types, citizens' patrols, patriot groups, even bikers, loaded up with ammunition and given those cat skull masks. You see men and women in suits, some of them wearing windbreakers or lanyards that indicate they're with ICE or Border Patrol, the FBI, or even the ATF. Food at your fingertips, a loyal army of soldiers in a situation that blends perfectly into the chaos and carnage humans have wrought on one another. Ellen Olive Krona has built her own private paradise here, by certain standards. You constantly see Nalay and lesser underlings running back and forth on errands to maintain the place. That's a sneaker net. Data being physically carried from place to place, just like what you do. Data is flowing everywhere here, and it has to be coming from a central source. If you could get your hands on all that blood traffic data, who knows what Julian and you could do with it? Of course, neither Olive Krona nor Prince Leteau would be happy if Julian copied the data and set up his own little oasis. We stand faced with 8 decisions, Kindred. 8 decisions to shape the path of this young neonate as they walk the night road. Do we take option A, feeding on any of the countless sleeping prisoners in the main pit, which shouldn't be difficult at all for a hunter of our standards? Do we take option B, returning to Millicent's and selecting a vessel? That should be as easy as the pit, and perhaps a little more upscale. Do we take option C, succumbing to the hunger and the desire to hunt? Option D, do we remove the boot from the car? We'll have to be quick and efficient with a few illicit tools so we don't get noticed, but it ought to take only a minute. Do we move with option E, looking for something to steal? Do we consider the next option, not letting the Camarilla just feed on these people and looking for a way to free them? Do we take option G? Julian, after all, wants allies to exploit this place. We could head outside and talk to the anarchs. Or, finally, we could use our blood to mend our wounds before we move forward with any further decisions. You have 2 minutes when the time appears on your screen, Kindred. I trust you'll make the right one. Risk is important to reward, Simba. You certainly have that right. And it's very important to sate the beast that starts to rumble underneath our flesh, in the sluggish vitae coursing through our veins, lest that beast rise and force us into a night of frenzy, unable to control ourselves as we attack man, woman, child, and beast alike, seeking the desperate blood coursing through their veins and their living hearts. We have 10 seconds left to make this decision, Kindred. And option A is the one with which we move forward. Olive Krona and some of the more important kindred enjoy higher status meals. But there's always room at the prisoner buffet, especially late at night when the exhausted prisoners are sleeping. You're monitored by a sullen-looking ghoul as you enter, but you have no difficulty selecting a healthy specimen and drinking until you're satisfied. That lacked the thrill of the hunt, but you could get used to this kind of easy living. The next day brings no Second Inquisition activity. After showering, you check the red tent, but it's sealed up tight. Olive Krona is deep in negotiations with other branches of the federal and state governments, and with private, charitable organizations that need cheap labor. What the hell? She must know you're here, but between her Malinois and her endless parade of guards, you can't get in. Worse, more and more vehicles seem to be parked around the camp. Too many people, you think. The Masquerade is endangered by this kind of lively chaos. As you make plans for the evening, a hideous Nosferatu in ragged clothes appears. She introduces herself as Lenora, a facilitator among the different anarch groups that feed in Camp Scheffler. If you're looking to aid the anarchs here, she is willing to help. She leaves her contact information as well as a shoebox full of camp records as a sign of good faith. These are copies of Olive Krona's contacts in the blood trade. This is exactly the sort of hard data Julian is looking for. We have 5 options before us again. Option A, do we take that boot off our car? We'll have to be quick and efficient with a few illicit tools so we don't get noticed, but it should only take a minute. Do we look for something we might steal? Or do we look for a way to free these people so the Camarilla cannot just feed on them? Julian does want allies to exploit the place, and option D is to head outside and talk to the anarchs in search of those allies. Option E is to mend our wounds so that when we move forward we can keep our beast quelled. You have 2 minutes, Kindred. Starting now. Theft is an important part of survival in eternity. It's not always we can come upon the liquidity of cash with which to make purchases. And after all, what is the law when you have been around forever? Immortality can be a blessing and a curse. Cornbread is certainly an exquisite way to sate your own beasts, I imagine. We all must do what we must do, but you've returned in time for a wonderful decision, in which it looks like you agree with Simba TV. In another minute, given no dissent, we'll move forward and look for something to steal. There are many beasts we must quell, both the beast of raging blood that now courses through our veins, as well as the idle fingers of larceny. If I'm not mistaken, our keeper of Elysium, astrophysicist, is upstairs making churros. Now, it's been a long time since I was last able to enjoy a churro with the exquisite taste and flavor of a young mortal man, but I imagine I can imagine it just as well once the taste of that lovely cinnamon hits my tongue. Let's look for something to steal, Kindred. An hour of scouting yields a few possibilities. Our easiest bet is to hit the temporary lockers. Once new prisoners are stripped of valuables, their equipment is stored in 5x5 storage cubes in a fenced-off part of the camp. The cubes are barely guarded, and you just have to keep your composure that close to the guards. If you can do that, you can try opening cube doors until you find an unlocked one. Rewards will be small, but the risk is minimal. If you're looking for greater, and therefore more risky rewards, you can head into one of the Quonset huts where the least organized militia group keeps its cash and weapons. You'd have to force one of their lockers, but they're not too well made, and you have your portable crowbar. Maybe you could even snag a firearm. It also looks like the militias have constructed some office space out of trailers. Some of those offices hold cash and other valuables. You'd just have to be smart enough to disable the alarms, though that shouldn't be any harder than whacking a locker with a crowbar. Finally, if you're looking for some real high-risk, high-reward excitement, you could break into Olive Krona's car. All right. Maybe not hers, but there is a private parking lot behind the red tent where Olive Krona and several other members of the Camarilla keep their rides. If you're clever enough to time the guard circuits just right, you could get inside and grab whatever's valuable there. So we're faced with options. Do we break into the guards' lockers, looking for weapons, money, and other valuables? Do we disable the alarms in the trailers and look for things to steal? Do we keep our wits about us and break into some nice cars? We'll be in a lot of trouble if we mess up, but we bet that's where the best stuff is. Or do we think it should be easy to lie to the guard watching the lot and tell them they need to open one of the cars so we can get our stuff? On the other hand, perhaps we're composed of more fear than I thought, and we can go back should we need. Now, before the 2 minutes on this decision begins, I'd like to remind you that if a decision ends in an exclamation mark, it holds the risk of critical failure. Your time begins now, Kindred. Thank you for joining us, Simba. We'll definitely record your choice, and if that's what we move forward, it will be what we move forward with. We appreciate your presence this evening and hope you get all the vitae you need to heal those wounds, for the sun comes quickly. Good luck on your battles, your cars, and your future endeavors. I'm sure we'll see one another sooner than we think. And thus far, we have one choice for B, and I believe one choice for C, if I'm not mistaken. There are another 14 seconds to record your decisions before we roll a die to see which path we move along. Oh. We have 3 decisions to choose from, Kindred. One for B, one for C, and one for A. In that case, we'll roll a 3-sided die and see which path we choose. The dice have chosen option 3, so we'll keep our wits about us and break into some nice cars. We'll be in a lot of trouble if we mess up, but I bet that's where the best stuff is. Oh, we do have a change before we've continued along the path. A change which does bring us into a plurality of decision. We'll wait and see if things are just simply not caught up with me before I move forward. I wouldn't want our technologic difficulties to keep us from making the appropriate decision that our fellow kindred have decided upon. All right, as we stand at a three-way tie still, I will roll the dice. And it looks like we will move forward with option B. Disabling the alarms in the trailers and looking for things to steal. You check the trailers and get a feel for the alarm system. The more secure ones have motion sensors and other technology that would take you far too long to bypass. You avoid those wisely and focus on one with a simple silent alarm hooked up to the door and the single window. You wait for the guards to clear out, then spend a few hours making sure you can jam the alarm. You're confident that you can with just your phone and a few peripherals you always carry with you. With the alarm jammed, you crawl in through the window, find a desk, and rifle through it for several $100s in cash. But as you slide the window shut, 4 guards approach the trailer, rifles at the ready. You duck behind a pile of AC units and they don't see you. But something must have drawn their attention. You get out of there before they start a sweep. The next day you're repeatedly jarred awake by the sound of heavy equipment moving around. Vampires sleep heavy, but your nerves are on edge all day. Every time you think, is this the attack? But nothing happens. Someone bangs savagely on your door just as you get ready to leave. Courier, it's Nalé. Get out here. Olive Krona wants to see you. You poke your head outside to confront the Ventrue's underling. The sky is still tinged with purple in the west. You haven't slept well in days. Meet me at the red tent, they snap. Then they take off. You've been ordered to the red tent, and you feel eyes on you as you step outside. After a few minutes spent checking possible exits, you enter the red tent for the first time. The guard dog that's always outside takes the lead. You follow the Malinois. Most of it isn't offices, like you were expecting. Instead, dozens of migrant prisoners, mostly women, are lined up in front of the refurbished laptops performing mechanical Turk-style labor. A few with good English skills appear to be phone banking for Texas politicians or Christian charity organizations. Past the security doors a crude facsimile of a government office, complete with faux wood-paneled walls and a deep blue carpet. You find Olive Krona in an oversized office, seated at an elaborately carved wooden desk in front of a Department of Homeland Security seal. Olive Krona looks like the picture you saw of her. She's tall and gaunt, with long blonde hair arranged in an elaborate braid. She wears a blue-black pantsuit decorated with more silver jewelry than most government workers. Her colorless eyes meet yours, and you detect a flicker of distaste and disappointment. "Oh, the courier is here," the Ventrue says, as if you haven't been spending the last few nights trying to figure out if Nalé finished your delivery. "The USB, you say?" "Be quiet, courier," the Ventrue responds. She speaks with little heat, more annoyed than angry, and as she scans a printout. Then she glances at Nalé, who hands her the USB they took from you. She regards it with irritation, then plugs it into a spare laptop and starts to read. You wait for her to explode into action when she realizes the Second Inquisition is coming. Her response is disappointing. The Second Inquisition is coming," Olive Krona says. Thank you, Leto. Nile clears their throat, then says, Isn't that, a problem, ma'am? An opportunity, Olive Cronus says, rubbing the head of a Malinois. The animal elicits no reaction. For too long I've tolerated all kinds of trash at this open feeding hole. Now the Second Inquisition gives me the opportunity to get rid of the anarchs, the hangers-on, the filth. We'll take the data we've gathered here and use it to stake a claim at another holding facility. There are dozens to choose from, and the new one will be for the Camarilla alone. She checks what Leto wrote her again. Yes, this confirms what I know and what I've planned for. Nile, a kill team from the Information Awareness Office at the Pentagon will be here in the morning. Your plans are waiting in your office. Read them now. Leave us. Nile gets out of there, leaving you with a very satisfied-looking Ventrue. And at that moment she is every inch the Ventrue. A born ruler, always 3 steps ahead, always totally in control. She looks you up and down, hardly bothering to hide her distaste, then gestures for you to sit. So, you're still here, she says. If you're looking for more work, I could use you, no one. I reward loyalty. Her eyes narrow and her earrings glitter in the cheap artificial light. I return loyalty. That's all we kindred have, you know, our bonds with each other. Technically, you've finished your job here and should be able to walk right back to your car. But before you can say anything, Olive Cronus says, Camp Scheffler can always use a competent professional who is not already entangled in local politics. In exchange for helping me with certain matters here, perhaps I could teach you something. This might be an opportunity to earn the Camarilla's respect, rather than their grudging cooperation. Option A, kindred. If you're offering to teach me your arts, we're interested. Option B, perhaps we prefer to work in cash. Or option C, do we remain silent? We don't much like what we've seen here, and we're not getting indebted to another member of the Camarilla. You'll have 1 minute and 15 seconds to make this decision, kindred, beginning now. One minute remains to make this decision of how we'll respond to Ellen Olive Crona. With 10 seconds on the clock and no responses recorded, we may be rolling a dice to determine this decision. The vicissitudes of fate can make decisions just as well as any member of the kindred, after all. Very well. We'll roll a 6-sided die, with the first 2 numbers of the die going towards option A, 3 and 4 towards option B, and 5 and 6 towards option C. And we rolled a 2, Kindred. If Ellen Olive Krona is seeking to teach us her arts, we are interested. I don't teach the secrets of my clan to just anyone, no one, Olive Krona says. You must earn my respect. Our mental powers and our near invincibility are not tricks that anyone should be allowed to learn, you understand. But if you aid me, yes, I'm willing to spill my blood for you and teach you my secrets. The disciplines available to us to learn from Ellen Olive Krona consist of animalism, which we already know a little bit, the skill of dominate, fortitude, or presence. And if not, well, if not no one, why are you here? That's a good question, and one that might not deserve an honest answer. We're faced again with 3 decisions, Kindred. Option A, do we be straightforward if cautious? We're here to help the Camarilla. We're impressed with what you've done here, Ellen. Option B, do we need to start transferring data and power from Olive Krona to us and Julian? We'll choose our words carefully. Or option C, is our real goal freeing the prisoners, and thus we consider what we should say. 2 minutes are on the clock within which to make this decision, starting now. Important to note as we decide upon this choice, we have in the past, when we absconded from our first situation with Julian, decided not to take part in these kinds of migrant camp extraction pits. However, we've done and learned much since then, and perhaps our sense of morality has changed. "60 seconds remain within which to make an all-important decision of how to respond to Ellen Olive Krona. Barring a decision being made by the kindred in our chat, we can roll another die and let the vicissitudes of fate decide where we go next. Once more, we'll roll a d6, with 1 and 2 standing in for the first option, 3 and 4 for the second option, and 5 and 6 standing for the last option. We've rolled a 2 again, Kindred, which means we'll take the first option, offering to help the Camarilla and telling this interesting Ventru that we are very impressed with their work here, which may be true even if we don't agree with it. So, you're something more than Prince Leteau's pet messenger, Olive Cronus says. I'm glad you recognize what I've been able to create here. We're faced with four options of how to respond. Do we stay on our best behavior and compliment the Ventrum? That's often easier than just leaning on them. This operation is really incredible, is option A. Option B, are we intelligent enough? Pardon me, the blood. Are we intelligent enough to deal with street criminals and offer our services, telling Ellen Olive Krona that the anarchs are drawing all kinds of attention she doesn't want? Do we take option C? After all, it shouldn't be hard to offer our services as a shrewd auditor and investigator, explaining that her underlings are crooked and stealing blood. Or do we move with option D, trying to stay neutral and analytical, carefully gauging her mood? So, this place is an abattoir. I have some problems with that. You have 2 minutes to make this decision. In that time, I'll fill my cup with something warm before my return is heralded. Good luck, kindred. I return, kindred, with a glass of something warm and meat in my belly. Sated, you might say. While we've not arrived at a decision as a group, the vicissitudes of fate are no doubt on our side. And with four decisions on our plate, we'll roll an 8-sided die. As before, 1 and 2 will stand in for option A, 3 and 4 for option B, 5 and 6 for option C, and 7 and 8 for option D. In this way, we'll find out how no one's path progresses. The roll is a 3. We're intelligent enough to deal with street criminals, and there we offer our services. The anarchs are drawing all kinds of attention you don't want, Ellen. She looks you up and down, then laughs. You're no hustler. They'd eat you alive, no one. Don't waste my time with these offers. Olive Krona's complacency is alarming, but also strangely convincing. Has the supernatural charisma of Clan Ventru subtly influenced your reaction? No, certainly not. You stand up, confident that you can help the Camarilla manage a successful evacuation so they can rebuild elsewhere. The Malinois escorts you out, then freezes and finally reacts to something, snarling at the man in the door. You're a hard woman to find, Ellen. I can't believe you made me leave my gamer chair. You turn at the familiar voice. Julian Sims stands in the doorway. The Ventru racks her brain for a moment, then says, The water boy? Julian Sim, the Banu Hakim says. He's wearing a Junji Ito hoodie and a sly grin. Ellen waits a beat. You realize she's waiting for her retainers to swarm Julian, but they don't come. She reacts graciously to that revelation, gesturing for her dog to stand down. What do you want, boy? She asks the Assamite. I want you to stop overestimating your chances, Julian says. He tosses a plastic folder full of photographs and documents on Olive Krona's desk. Her eyes widen as she sorts through them. The IAO team is going to smash you to paste and then light the paste on fire, Julian says. You don't have time to pack everything in neat little boxes. Get out now. But yes, all your hard work. Very sad. Run a tighter ship next time. How dare you, fledgling! Olive Krona snaps. The Malinois snarls and your Lobo whines. That's Dr. Fledgling to you, GS-10, Julian says. What's your degree in? I don't know, lots of things. The point is, I am offering my services to expedite your evacuation. OCR scanners? Encryption? Olive Krona asks. No. Then what? I drove here in a van full of librarians from the University of Arizona. Olive Krona's eyes dart from you to Julian and back to you. No one. Keep an eye on Sim while his librarians help me pack. The moment you're out of Olive Krona's earshot in the fast emptying main room of the red tent, Julian takes you by the elbow and says, You'd better not be helping Ellen. Get me the information I need from this place and I can rebuild it data point by data point somewhere else. Ellen can't. She thinks she can, but she doesn't have the time nor the expertise. His hand lingers for longer than it should. Maybe. You shake the thought away. You have plans to make. Thank you. At least one of Olive Krona's retainers are watching Julian at all times, so Julian can't actually fight you if you defy him. Get your fucking hands off me, Julian. If you want to help, go pack some boxes, is option A. The second of our decisions at this point in time is to tell him that we're doing what we need to survive the night. You should try that instead of trying out all these schemes. Option C. Unlike you, Julian, I'm capable of loyalty. Olive Krona and I are working together on this. Option D. If Julian thinks he can cut me a better deal than Olive Krona, I'm changing sides. Fine. I'll make sure you get what you need. Or, finally, option E. I really do like the idea of duplicating this place, with me and Julian in charge instead of the Camarilla. Okay, we relent. I'll get you what you need. There are 2 minutes on the clock to make this decision before time expires, Kindred, and your time begins now. Welcome back to our lovely keeper of Elysium. How went your cooking? It smells delightful. Not at all. You've nothing to apologize for. Our young neonate no one has simply made some interestingly sketchy decisions on their path to learning more about Ellen Olive Krona and Camp Scheffler. In the time some have been away, we've been held more or less as a prisoner of the camp, learning that some take advantage of the blood pools of this migrant camp, and perhaps more importantly, that a kill team of the Second Inquisition is fast on the way. Julian Sim, our former mentor, if you will, has just arrived and told Ellen Olive Krona that she has not the time to pack everything away in neat little boxes as she thought. He arrived with a team of librarians from Arizona who intend to help her pack her shit and get the fuck out. Now we have to deal with Julian on top of this mess. We have one decision reached. Option C, we tell Julian that we're capable of loyalty. Olive Krona and I are working together on this. I tend to agree because Julian has been far from our good graces since we stole his money in his lime green geo-tracker, absconding with what resources we could to escape the last migrant camp. I think Julian's playing his own game. Of course, what good kindred isn't? Julian just shakes his head. You're making a mistake, no one. We're young and allowed to make mistakes, but not forever. He signals his librarians and starts grabbing whatever he can get his hands on. Now you're going to work while Julian steals everything he can. You step outside the red tent. You feel the danger before you see anything. There's a kind of a weight to a kill order, an energy in the air that you're familiar with after so many years around Ventru and their assassins. The ghouls are coming. Nile is out front, armed with a pistol big enough that you're not sure the silencer is going to help. It looks like Nile wants your destruction handled quietly. Do they have any idea how hard it is to destroy a vampire quietly? Their fellow agents carry a mix of sharpened wooden poles, machetes, and similar heavy-duty pistols. No fire, though, and no Malinois. You look around and consider your options. You're between the red tent and the rigid frame Quonset hut of the Bruja. You could scramble up the hut's ladder if you got a strong enough grip. A nearby tent's plastic door is locked, but you could slash through the canvas with your knife and hide in there. Or you could quickly open the lock to elude them. Or, well, You could just kill Nile and see how the rest react to that. We have 8 choices in this decision, fellow kindred. Do we haul ourselves over the side of the rigid frame Quonset hut? Do we think we can outwit a couple of ghouls and cut our way into the canvas tent and hide? Do we study them for a moment? Are any of them perhaps susceptible to charm, persuasion, or bribery? Do we follow option D, popping the lock on the canvas tent's door and slipping through? It does look like a simple dangling lock and ought to be easy to open. Perhaps option E. Looks like we'll need to kill at least some of these fuckers. Or option F. First, we can call our Lobo Magda to provide a distraction with animalism. Or, last, do we think we ought to spend some blood to heal our wounds first? There are 2 minutes on the clock to make this decision, kindred, beginning now. We have but one of 3 points in clandestine, and one of 3 points in subterfuge, and our wounds are still where they were before, just slightly injured with 1 box full. We're also not very hungry, having just recently fed, which might make some of these decisions a little easier. One minute remains on the clock, kindred. Hmm. Is our microphone issue correcting itself? Looked like we did have a stutter in the connection for a moment. I'll begin this choice anew. The evacuation is really kicking off, with Olive Krona coordinating her underlings and Julian pretending to help her while stealing as much as he can. You consider how you can help, or help, as the case may be. Olive Krona keeps a lot of files and equipment on lockdown in the red tent. What is she hiding in there? If you can keep your wits about you, you could use the distraction to break into her secure area and see what's back there. Your Nosferatu contact, Lenora, could help you organize the Anarchs to load up supplies, which would take some leadership skills and attention to detail, mostly to make sure they didn't steal too much. If you're smart and technically inclined enough, extensive computer data is waiting to be transferred out. The equivalent physical data, boxes of files, folders, maps, and mimeographs, would require an equal degree of intelligence, as well as a good understanding of academic research techniques in order to grab the most valuable material. Olive Krona's operation is already a mess. Whether digital or physical, someone with a keen eye for detail might just be able to hang around and spot everything that gets dropped, misplaced, or misfiled. There's a lot of equipment to move, and the cat-masked guards aren't helping. Why would they? This is vampire business. And most of them just don't understand what's happening. But you could ask Olive Krona for money and pass some of her cash around to get the guards working for you. And while the Russian Bruja would have to be persuaded to help, their tent is right next to Olive Krona's. If you could convince them to help with the evacuation instead of just fleeing, they might be useful. Whatever you do, you can't let this data get caught out in the open. If the Second Inquisition hits you before it's packed up, it'll be a significant breach of the Masquerade. Our options are plentiful, Kindred. Do we work with Lenora and the Anarchs to get equipment loaded onto their vehicles? Are we going to borrow a vehicle and hide it so prisoners can make a quick getaway? We'll have to be careful and patient to avoid notice. Perhaps C, knowing we need that computer data, do we start packing up the most important computers and technology? Do we organize the physical files, putting our determination and our library skills to work? Perhaps instead we break into Olive Krona's secure facilities and grab whatever looks valuable and useful. Maybe we tell Olive Krona that we need to bribe the guards to work. We'll have to put our street skills to use to get them to do anything useful. We could also convince the Russian Bruja to help. Or we could utilize our brains and investigative ability to make sure key data doesn't go missing. The choice is yours, and you've 2 minutes to make it. could hurt every member of the Camarilla. Indeed. Are we more interested in keeping the data from going missing, or are we more interested in trying to grab whatever computers and technology we think we can keep? Barring any dissent in the next 6 seconds, we'll move forward with C. What would you like me to repeat? With the threat of the Second Inquisition in the minds of every kindred, there's less computer data to pack up than there would have been 10 years ago. The problem is that organization has suffered. You find yourself a closet full of laptops, thumb drives, and external hard drives, none of them labeled or organized, and without a tech specialist in charge of sorting through them. As you start to search through laptops trying to figure out what needs saving, 2 of them start auto-updating and connecting to the internet. Now there's a problem I'm familiar with. Not now. Not with the Second Inquisition so close. You slam them shut, then wrench their batteries out when they keep going. Damn. This won't work. You grab everything that looks even remotely valuable and get it loaded up, hoping that none of the other laptops are chirping in a language the Second Inquisition can read. You return to the red tent just as Julian and Olive Krona finish emptying out the government offices. They're arguing in acrimonious and frightened tones. Almost nothing is rolled out, and the camp is in chaos. Nile pushes their way through the crowds to speak with Olive Krona, and you step back into the shadows. They're limping. 2 of their fellow retainers are helping a third get out of their ballistic vest. You can see she's been shot. Twice. Listening carefully, you hear Nile say, "All around the camp already. They'll be here in less than an hour," and Julian holds up his hand for Nile to be silent. The Banu Hakim cocks his head and listens. The retainer shakes their head, but you hear what Olive Krona and Julian hear. The faint drone of helicopters. You're almost out of time. Do we now work with Lenora and the Anarchs to get equipment loaded onto vehicles? Do we borrow a vehicle and hide it so that prisoners can make a quick getaway? We'll have to be careful and patient to avoid notice. Do we organize the physical files, putting our determination and library skills to work? Do we try breaking into Olive Krona's secure facilities to grab whatever looks valuable and useful? Do we tell Olive Krona we must bribe the guards to work and put our street skills to use to get them to do anything useful? Do we convince the Russian Bruja to help, or do we use our brains and investigative ability to make sure key data doesn't go missing? There are 2 minutes on the clock, kindred. As the helicopter noises buzz overhead, the time does tick down like so many grains of sand through a sieve. Tick, tock. Well, I think that decision rests in the hands of the kindred. Do we care about prisoners? In the past, we did run away from Julian Sim from just such a camp that we were unhappy with the workings of. But we've gone through much and changed quite a bit since then. And we are, after all, a member of a better breed of being. Have you a decision reached, kindred? So you would like to grab the physical files, organizing them and putting our determination and library skills to work? Is that what I'm understanding, astrophysicist? I was simply inquiring as to the nature of your decision. Are you wanting to organize the physical files and put your determination and library skills to work? Or getting understood? And that's how we shall move forward then. Bear in mind, for any that might be just recently joining us, feel free to take part in the conversation shaping the adventure of this young neonate on the night road. We welcome all viewpoints in this Elysium. Olive Krona is organized, and she has followed Prince Leteau's dictates about keeping physical backup copies, but she clearly wasn't prepared for a fast move. When you enter the part of the red tent that holds interstate trade documents, you find her retainers scrambling to figure out which files are necessary and which can be destroyed. You start organizing the filing system, but Olive Krona's panicking clerks keep trying to cart the files away. Finally, you get them organized enough that you're not constantly having to redo your work, and you start moving out the most valuable files. But actually organizing this mess would take hours. All you can do is grab what looks critical and destroy any copies of that same critical information so they don't fall into the Second Inquisition's hands. You peer into the back of your Honda, which is currently full of whatever equipment and information Olive Krona's flunkies could toss into it, including a whole file cabinet and several old tower-style CPUs. Elsewhere, the evacuation is proceeding smoothly. It's time to roll, Olive Krona tells Nalé. The retainer nods and gets Olive Krona and the Malinois in her jeep. Julian sighs. You don't think he was able to steal as much from the blue blood as he thought, and hops in his sprinter van. For a moment, you wonder what's going to become of the prisoners. No one let them out. But then an F-150 behind you lays on its horn and flashes his lights like you're not rolling forward fast enough in a Burger King drive-thru. The convoy is moving. You scratch Magda's ears and roll through the main gate. Julian used to say that when a plan went perfectly, everything was boring. He only said that about his StarCraft games, but it applies in real life too. There's some action behind you and a helicopter screams overhead 10 minutes up the road. But if the Information Awareness Office, or whoever authorized this op, expected a pitched battle, they should have struck earlier. You are gone. Since dawn is so near, the convoy starts to break up a half hour outside the camp. You find a location taped to your sun visor. 5 more minutes of driving. You're just starting to feel nervous as the eastern sky lightens, and you turn onto a dirt road and arrive at an abandoned wildlife conservation facility, boarded up but so far from any major highways that graffiti has barely touched it. You and Magda check inside. The windows are covered and no light can get in. This will do. You head into the abandoned building with Magda to rest. You get back on the road the moment the sun sets. You keep off the major highways. The radio is full of wildly incorrect chatter about the terrorist attack on an ice holding facility. You reach Tucson just before midnight. You stop at the Viper. The Eagle Prince's flunkies show up to take the dated olive krona loaded into your Honda. While they work, they talk about how a storage facility off exit 306 also got raided by the police. At least one of their number died in a shootout. You make sure the retainers don't steal anything that isn't theirs, then head inside. The Malinois is waiting for you. The dog jerks its head, signaling for you and Magda to follow. Olive Krona is waiting for you in a well-appointed meeting room of the Viper you've never been in before. She's dressed in a long black gown like she's going to the opera. Her Malinois curls up next to her leather armchair and watches Magda, red stones glittering on its collar. I promised you a reward if you helped me, Olive Krona says, and I keep my word. The disciplines, the vampiric powers available from Ella and Olive Krona include animalism, domination, fortitude, and presence. The options before us, in response to Ellen's generous offer, I'd be honored to study under you, and I really would. She's always kept her word to me, after all. Option B, I can't stand this woman, but I want her secrets. One moment, we might be encountering some technological difficulties here. Alright, everything seems to be working again. I'll start with the decisions one more time. We can tell Ellen that we'd be honored to study under her, and we really would. She's always kept her word with us, after all. It's no problem at all, Astro. We certainly want all our kindred to be able to hear us and move forward with the knowledge that they're content and safe in this Elysium. It is a haven, after all. Option B, perhaps we cannot stand this woman and yet still want her secrets. Let's begin our studies then. We'll prepare to receive her blood. We could tell her that we prefer to be compensated in cash. Option D, we think we can help one another. I don't want what happened at Camp Scheffler to happen at Camp No One, you understand? I want her help hiding from the Second Inquisition? Or finally, do we despise this woman so much for what she's done and what she'll do in the future that we just leave? The choice is yours, Kindred, and there are 2 minutes on the clock in which to make it. A minute and a half left to make our decision of how we deal with Ellen Olive Kroner's generous offer to teach us the secrets of her blood. It is quite the decision. This woman is kind of a disaster after all, and ran her camp into the ground. On the other hand, we are one of the kindred, prone to a long life, and whatever powers we can gain from her might be of use later on. There are but 30 seconds, a half minute in which to make this decision, Kindred. In 15 seconds, barring any dissent, we'll move forward with the option B. We don't like this woman, but we want to know what she knows. We want to live as long as she's lived, and the only way to do that is to take her vitae into ourselves. Hopefully we can resist the clarion call of hunger as we do. Time has expired and our choice has been recorded. We will move forward. You sink to your knees as Olive Kroner removes one of her opera gloves and digs into her wrist with a nail. Her blood tastes like nothing. Nourishing, perhaps, but flat and neutral, like some kind of simulation of vitae. But then the whispers start, the insinuations, and you feel the awesome power of Clan Ventru, strength, mastery, control. You pull away before you're overwhelmed. I can remain for a few nights to instruct you, Olive Kroner says, sealing up her wound. In that time you will learn to control mortals and beasts. You might even learn to control yourself. You head for the Elysium and meet Prince Leto on the stairs. He's dressed in a tuxedo as if he's just about to hit a nicer place than the Viper. Ah, no one, Leto says when he sees you. It's good to see you in one piece after the Second Inquisition got through with Camp Scheffler. My man Alexander has prepared a room where you can type up what happened. Leto's ghoul, Alexander, leads you to a room with an old-fashioned typewriter. When the old ghoul scans your work, he says, "Prince Leto will be satisfied with this. Let us hope that we can find a way to rebuild quickly." Alexander hands you a double payment, since you also got that parcel on the airplane. You head back to your Honda and make sure the money adds up. Then you return to your parking garage and park the Honda. That day, you dream of sand. Smoke rises from the twin wrecks that stain the dunes. Your albatross was merely a functional machine, adequate if unloved, but the prototype staggering spad your rival flew was a thing of beauty. You have seen many wars, but never one so unlovely as this one. Your shattered legs are still healing. Better than burning, you tell yourself. Then sand slides down another dune. The other pilot. His goggles and cap are gone, so his shaggy blonde hair gleams in the moonlight. He sees you, draws a pistol, then puts it away. You should be dead, you say. You try Arabic, then French. I fell from horses when I was alive, he answers, and now I fall from planes. They both hurt about as much. The nearest village is 30 miles to the north. Shall we walk together? You look at the pale sliver of light on the eastern horizon and calculate your chances. But again, you know that this is a memory. How did you plan to outpace the sun? Obstinacy was more important than clever tricks. We set out across the desert, trusting to our unnatural stamina and our survival skills. Or did we both have maps? We examined them together for any old settlement where we could seek cover. Option C, we did always know how to command men, and we led that whelp across the desert. Or option D, knowing nowhere is truly a wasteland, we investigated the desert for old paths or anything that we could use. You have 2 minutes to decide the fates of this dream. The time wears thin. A minute and a half remain to make your decision before it expires. Drinking vitae from the wrist of another kindred is quite an experience. Not near as experiential as diablerizing one. But an experience nevertheless. You're quite right to shiver. Less than 1 minute remains in which to make this decision. We'll change the lighting some for our dream. We did begin as a recon scout. B would be a wise decision utilizing our abilities. With B, then, we move forward. The original maps themselves show almost nothing of this wasteland, but after years in the field, they've become palimpsests of information, covered in scratched notes in French, Italian, Polish, clues and hints about what pilots saw high above the desert. Vague notes about time-worn paths and old stones give you and your new companion a direction to go in, at least. That's something. You set out, and as you walk, you contemplate everything that has happened. August 1917. This pointless war has filled you with doubts. You joined. Why did you even join? To become a hero? To prove yourself to the Banu Hashim elders of the Ottoman Empire? But now you realize the smallness of the truth. For Cainites, the highest virtue is survival. Just getting by from night to night is all one can really ask. Maybe other things can follow that. Mercy or rage. Art or wealth. But without mere survival there is nothing. The truth may be harsh, but it is inarguable. We must prioritize perpetuating our own existence. Or do we take care of ourselves, but we're not going to survive just to survive? Our existence needs more than that. Finally, we can defy these false beliefs. Canites are parasites on the world, and our existence is a blight. I might want to perpetuate my existence, but I will not call that a virtue. One and a half minutes are on the clock for this decision, Canites, beginning now. B. With 20 seconds left to descent, astrophysicists has put B as their idea of the virtues of Canites. Existence needs more than mere survival. Speaking of Max, can you see the lovely sleeping Magda on the pillow behind us? She's quite beautiful. We're nearing the end of this chapter, I believe. We shake off these strange notions of survival at any cost and drag ourselves up out of sleep. Eyeless memories cling to us as the sun sets and our night begins. We can worry about the masquerade, head to the pawn shop to try purchasing something new for our endeavors. We can look at better vehicles than that which we currently own, or find a mechanic to improve our Honda. We can look for a real estate office so we'd no longer have to live in a parking garage. We can hone our mental, physical, or social attributes, or try to unlock deeper and more powerful secrets of the blood. We can also spend some money and acquire a little bit of blood and feed. We could mend our wounds, or we could pick up the final parcel from Leto for Nvidia Call and take it to her research lab. The choice is yours, and you have 2 minutes to make it. More knowledge and perhaps more abilities. They certainly are fairly low. We are young and quite thin-blooded. 10 generations of Cainites stand between us and the original vampire Cain. Difficult for our blood to run thick with power when so many stand between us and the progenitor of our long line. With 50 seconds left on the clock to make this decision, you may type your answer into the chat unless you too would like to seek out the further powers of blood that we might find. We're changing the answer to F with 5 minutes left. Welcome, newcomers, to the Elysium. Please feel free to add your words to the decisions being made in chat. You need a quiet place where you can conduct research late into the night. Libraries will be closed, and you don't know any librarians in this town from whom you could extract a favor. Colleges likewise. That leaves bookstores. You drive around Tucson until you find a likely candidate. Corbeau used books. No hours posted. An interior full of books stacked up without order or sense. An entire map room and an occult section with a beaded curtain like video rental stores once used for the pornos. Elaine Corbeau is an elderly eccentric, translator, jazz trombonist, Heidegger scholar, and esoteric fascist. You doubt he has any real power. You can squirrel yourself away in the back room and not be interrupted from twilight until dawn. We've 10 experience points to spend, and if we desire to spend them in this way, we could either raise our wits at the cost of most of that experience, or our awareness, investigation, clandestine, or technology at much less, or we could leave Corbeau used books, seeking other entertainment for the evening. The choice is yours, kindred. I'll give you a minute and a half to make this decision. A little more than 1 minute remains. You'd like to spend 7 experience to raise those pieces. Which would you like to change first, on the off chance it doesn't allow us to alter more than one? Alright, we've raised investigation. And now the others, then? That leaves us with 3 experience points to spend in whatever way we might. Would you like to spend that here at the bookstore or leave it? I certainly agree that investigation and technology would have greatly assisted us at Camp Scheffler. We can leave the bookstore for now. Is there anywhere else you'd like to look into then? If any others of the kindred amongst our Elysium here would like to pursue avenues, we can certainly accommodate that as well. At the gym, we could expand upon our athletics, our combat, our drive, firearms, or survival at the cost of most of our experience in any of those capacities. Survival will allow us to do things like, well, survive in a desert, for example. Utilizing the skills necessary to, were we immortal, get water from the rain, mountaineering, things that a well-trained recon soldier might understand, or an army ranger. For once, you have your pick of late-night options, since quite a few Tucson gyms are open 24 hours. But you want more than just a gym. You want a place where you can conduct all kinds of physical training, and maybe even a place where you can employ specialists to help you out. Finally, you remember a former blood doll turned useful contact you met at one of the first times you were in Tucson. You hop online and find that your old contact Simon runs a gym called Paragon Fitness not far away. You head there and find an impressive-looking modern gym. Simon is watching two kickboxers practice their technique. You renew your acquaintance with the now middle-aged athlete and ask after unusual facilities. Gym, shooting range, regular and vehicle obstacle course, and we hold fights every Monday and Friday night, Simon says. I still owe you for that thing in Tijuana, so you're welcome at any time. Just don't let anyone know, what you are. We have citizens in here. To answer the question about survival, if you recall, we weren't a very good naval officer. I imagine we weren't much better at being a recon scout. Survival it is, which leaves us with no option here but to leave Paragon Fitness. I highly doubt things will get easier as we progress down the path of the night road. But given an increase in our abilities and our understandings to make decisions, I think we may find that as we grow more powerful, other Canaanites and mortals alike will grow in fear of our capabilities. A vampire's haven is where they can escape the sun come dawn. It's also where you can hone your supernatural powers. However, this dingy converted office in the middle of a parking complex isn't really a haven. You struggled to master your supernatural arts while on the road, constantly running from place to place. But now that you're in Tucson for at least a few months, it might be time to put down roots here and establish a secure haven from which to develop your powers. You only have a cheap room. Maybe something nicer and more secure will help you advance disciplines to higher levels. While we cannot spend any experience, should you like to, we can explore the powers of dominate, fortitude, or presence to better understand how they might shape our path going forward. Mental domination allows you to issue powerful, overwhelmingly effective short-term commands. You can order people to drop their weapons, to flee, to follow you, or, when the masquerade is threatened, to forget. The effects do not last long, and the discipline is largely ineffectual against older or more powerful vampires. But against lesser creatures it is immediate and devastating. Simply put, fortitude makes the body of a vampire unnaturally resilient to all kinds of damage. Even at lower levels you gain some resistance against blades and small arms fire, and can even shrug off small flames. A master of the discipline is nearly immune to regular weapons and can resist even fire and sunlight for a few moments. The discipline of presence enhances a vampire's natural charm, allure, dreadful aspect, or persuasive power. Unlike dominate, which acts with staggering mental force to make a target obey your commands, presence layers itself over your natural social skills, honing them to an unheard-of degree and allowing you to manipulate the emotions and impulses. We have not the experience to learn any of these disciplines at the moment, though I'm sure we soon will when we finish our work for Leto. Acquiring property as a Cainite isn't easy. Some nights you think the whole point of the Camarilla is to make sure vampires can buy property. Everything else the Camarilla does, useful and monstrous, falls out of the need to make sure everyone has a roof overhead. Still, you can't live in the modified office of a parking garage forever. You've struggled to master your dark gifts on the road, but the truth is that you need a secure, comfortable haven if you're ever to unlock the deeper secrets of your arts. Further, moving house should reduce the Second Inquisition's ability to track you, at least for a little while. After asking around, you learn that any real estate purchased by vampires goes through Prince Leto. Go figure. He owns a place called Madrigal Real Estate, which handles the needs of people like you. The middle-aged native woman who runs the place, Anna, explains the situation. The problem isn't just that you can't head down to the real estate office at 3 in the afternoon. Your legal identity is a cobbled-together fiction that is always changing its shape to avoid scrutiny. You could use your ID to buy some Four Loko, and it's enough to let you own a car. But property? Another matter entirely. I can show you some excellent places, Anna says, with excellent ways to escape into the sewers in the event of emergency, but will require a substantial upfront payment. That's how we handle the legal hurdles. We don't want anyone investigating your identity and wondering why your ages don't match up. Understand? You nod. It's obvious the Leto is getting his beak wet here, but in exchange he's providing you with some degree of security if you're investigated. Well then, let's see what we can do for you, Anna says. Despite her apparent good cheer, she watches you keenly. Your status with the Camarilla, you suspect, will determine how generous she can be with her offerings. We have $5,303 at our disposal. Do we examine the bungalow, the two-bedroom apartment, the mission, or the penthouse apartment, or the mission? We certainly can examine them at the very least. You drive Anna south to Drexel Heights while she explains the many excellent facilities this house offers, such as ready access to hunting grounds for when you move up in the world, dear, windows that lock from the inside, and a rare basement crawl space for emergencies. The one-story adobe building is small and ugly, but the material is sound, and you have clear lines of sight to your neighbors. There's no garage for your Honda, but you can roll right from the kitchen to where you'd park your car. And those reinforced windows are a nice touch. The bungalow would make a fine haven that would let you advance your dark gifts to the intermediate levels. All this for $769. You drive back to Madrigal, mulling over what you've seen. You and Anna take a quick drive then to El Presidio. The street you're on is run down and seedy, and the apartment complex looks bleak. Still, Anna seems confident you'll like what you see. And when she opens the door, well, you're pleasantly surprised. The two-bedroom isn't nice by mortal standards, but it's clean and it's quiet, with windows that lock from the inside, heavy curtains already installed, and a crawl space between the second floor where you'll be in the third. There are all sorts of ways in and out, Anna explains, showing you the door hidden in the bathroom that leads to a utility closet, which in turn leads into the main hallway. There's rooftop access as well. Parking, you ask? She parts the thick curtain and points down to where you're allowed to park. It's north-facing, too, she says. Every second counts, right? The biggest drawback is the terrible kitchen, and you don't care about that. Though the apartment is more secure and better for your studies than the bungalow, it does cost a little more at $1,538. You drive back to Madrigal, mulling over what you've seen, before examining the penthouse apartment. You and Anna head right into the middle of downtown Tucson. You know you're going to see a nice place because the security guard in the lobby can't seem to decide whether to call the police or just shoot you, until Anna introduces herself. Then the two of you take a glossy chrome elevator up to the top floor. It looks like a movie set. Stark, immaculate, all glass and marble. A lot of glass, though, you observe. Anna does something with an app on her phone, and the shades come down in under a second. Then she raises them again so you can admire the view. It's like you're floating above Tucson. Anna doesn't waste time with the apartment's luxuries, which you've already read about. Instead, she points out the security system, the secondary elevator to be used in emergencies, the camera room, and the panic room. All this luxury and security comes with a hefty price tag, $3,077. But from here you can master even the most powerful and esoteric of the dark arts. Finally, you examine the mission. Anna smiles and says, "It's a fixer-upper. It's a short, straight drive south through a run-down suburban neighborhood. You're just wondering where someone could have stuck a Spanish mission amongst all the thrift stores and nail salons when you spot a mountain in the distance. And it tells you to turn off, and there, behind a highway sign advertising Chinese food, is the ruin. It's a glorious ruin. Crumbling white adobe, black against the sky, its once symmetrical structure now marred by decay and aborted repair attempts. Anna has already given you the history, but you're more impressed by the aesthetics of the place. Several groups tried to fund repairs through the 20th century, Anna says as you park the Honda, and in the 80s a businessman attempted to turn it into a private home. After his death, it languished, but the updates are still intact. You get past the security barrier, walk through a maze of pitch-black corridors illuminated only by Anna's phone, and suddenly find yourself in a small but tastefully appointed apartment suite. The style is a bit antiquated, but not gaudy, and the rest of the mission stretches off in every direction. More importantly, this place is a maze. You probably couldn't find your way back to the main entrance before dawn, and you doubt anyone but Anna, and maybe Prince Leteau, know the way. This is the most secure and most magnificent of havens, even more so than the downtown penthouse. You're surprised Leteau didn't snatch it up himself. Still, all this magnificence comes at a cost. $4,615. That includes the deed as well as the bare minimum necessary repairs to get part of this place up to code. But if you can afford it, well, the entire estate is yours. You mull over your options as you drive back to Madrigal. Would you like to purchase any of these locations? I'll give you a minute and a half to decide. I imagine that the cost of our upkeep will rise depending on what place we end up purchasing. That said, it does seem like the mission is a purchase and not a rental, whereas the others, well, these may all just be prices that will increase our overhead a little bit, but I doubt we'll be paying this much in overhead every time. Your time wears thin. Very understandable. Do we then leave the real estate office? In that case, we will end tonight's session of the Night Road where we stand, giving others the ability to decide whether we would like to spend some of our hard-earned money or if we'd simply like to pick up the parcel for Linvidya Call and finish Leteau's first 3 courier jobs. Thus far, quite an interesting tale we've told, weaving the fashions of blood-drenched FBI agents being attacked by Garu gangrel anarchs, a government office so disorganized they're unable to see themselves out properly with an impending attack. We've failed as many decisions as we've succeeded in, and our poor neonate, the 11th generation gangrel no one, has more on their plate than they know what to deal with, and probably much on their plate they're not even aware of at the moment. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us on this path we trod. The night road is not one for the faint of heart, and mastering the masquerade is something, well, something that takes more than just the skills of survival. Please, if you enjoy this content and would like to see more of it in the future, give us a follow that you might be alerted when we're going live. Otherwise, we'll be here every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, as it says in the schedule beneath this video. We'll continue chapter by chapter through the night road, shaping young no one until no one can no longer be shaped. In this Elysium, all kindred can find a safe place to warm their bones, to feed, to mingle with those of their own ilk. It's important that we have a place for safety, a community within which to thrive and not worry about what sideways glances we might acquire. To those of you who have helped participate and shape these decisions, I thank you, and to those who have simply lurked and listened, watching to see how this story will progress, I thank you as well. It is truly a pleasure to be able to bring such content in front of you. Until we see one another again, kindred, I bid you adieu. May the roads you walk be short as the path to escape the sunlight, and may your skeletons remain forever wet. Sleep well, avoid the sun, and we'll meet another night.